So, from there, Vecna would make his offer for the reward. And then after that, assuming that you all do accept as you did last time, he would take you off to go get your rewards at the tower. Shade, you'd notice that at the tower everything seems a lot more packed up and ready to go. Alright. After he spends a couple hours selecting the items for each of you, he would hand them out, and then he would bid you on your way. Goodbye, Shade. With any luck, no, you will not. Shade, I should inform you. The orcs. They're approaching towards the north. Sometime in the next couple days, they will arrive on the north side of this continent. The northwest, to be exact. I'm not sure if they're entirely aware of it yet. He then opens the door and waits for you all to leave. Alright. So, what would everyone like to do? Alright. Would you like to attune to the hand wrap? Alright. $89 and $54. Indeed it is. That is the one. Okay, I don't think anyone else's item had random effects. Alright. Feel. And which one was this? The minor benefit or the...
Minor benefit. Okay, I'll take that one. That worked. Yeah, I'm good with that.
I assume a long rest is planned.
Before that, probably. Well, actually, I mean, we've only long rested recently. We have like full on resources.
Some of you are, yeah.
That is not true.
What did you spend it all on?
I spent it on healing everybody.
It's your problem.
Crazy.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah. So remember that time when I crippled the earth elemental as it was following you, and you were like 30 feet away and I was not, and then I dropped to -3 hit points.
Oh, that
That's
sounds
where a
like
lot
a
of
you
spell slots
problem as
went.
well. But
That's where a lot of her spell slots went.
there's something that the two of you should know. You wish to stay in this town.
And what would that be?
Vecna didn't mention orcs by coincidence. I have a bit of a disagreement with, and there is a chance that at some point they will come here looking for myself, Shadrach, or for Kalno. You would be in quite a bit of danger, but being powerful adventurers, you could also really help us in the town deal with this.
What kind of disagreement are we talking about?
How well do you know orc?
Vaguely familiar at best.
It turns out if they get upset at you, they will throw thousands, hundreds of thousands of orcs just to kill you. They are more interested in
Inspired an
killing me than
army.
staying alive.
So are we expecting hundreds of thousands to this location in a few days then?
Mm, According to Vecna, they're coming to the north of the continent. That's very far away. But the last town we were in did receive hundreds of thousands. They traded with us something around, casualties were something around 1,000 to 1, but you saw the ruins of the town. It's where the temple was.
I see.
Since then, they've been on a wild goose chase after us, but with our business with Vecna completed, I will need to find a different way to keep them at bay.
Works enough to. Oh,
We killed about 500 orcs.
like one go.
2 or 3.
Just be like pissed off, vengeful type people, or.
So maybe I should tell you a little bit more about the orcs then. See, what the orcs do is they like sailing, they like ships. They sail around to coastal villages, kidnap the whole population, bring them back to one of their islands, put them in cages. They keep them in those cages for about 10 years, systematically breaking every single bone in their body and making them heal backwards. The people, after about a year, are so broken that they want to die, but the orcs won't let them. They just keep resurrecting them if they die. They eat them one little bit at a time. Years and years. And well, those orcs who are not high enough up the hierarchy also make half orcs. We decided that it's probably a good idea to kill some orcs without knowing what effect it will have.
Yeah, sounds like you done messed up good. Ivy and I'll have to take some time to consider what kind of course of action we'll have to take given that information. But I appreciate it.
Just to make sure, Ivy would insight check to make sure lying about any of
Where the hell is this button? Why is my persuasion? Of course it's not.
Alright.
Meta, I'm probably telling you a soft version of the truth. It's much worse.
Baldy, I'll follow you. Feel like jumped in this last thing. I'm backseat a while, might
I mean, I could certainly test out my new toys.
So if we help you, are we calling the wrath of the orcs down on ourselves?
There's a good chance they will add you to the list if you actively engage them.
Are there orcs in the Feywild, James? I would say, well, they're not. They're not in the Feywild, so no, we not ever need to hop home and get out of there for a while.
I shall be right back.
So Ivy would be showing Balder and Chinese and asking what the hell he got.
And I would show you my shinies back.
Are we? Wait, he got walked to the tower, right?
He would have teleported you right in there.
Right, and he's in his tower. So we're back in town.
Yes.
We're just like kind of walking down the street, talking. Yeah. Or like sitting outside the tower talking.
Pretty much.
Whatever.
I don't know about you, Ivy, but I think I've got some training ahead of me.
Gotta figure out what the puzzle box.
Well,
Shade, did you get anything interesting?
interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of cool
I
new
mean,
toys you playing with.
I'll first take out the scimitar. Vecna really knew what to get.
best Santa
Tier
ever.
6 Ogbane.
Hey, there you go.
It warbled.
It deals extra 6d6 untyped damage to orcs.
Oh, that'll certainly come in handy given your current predicament.
Yes, I had like a tier 4 before.
Is
But
that the one you tapped on the spider webs?
I know I only had a +3 one. I think it might have been the one I snapped on. No, I snapped a different one. Mine was +3. James, by the way, you didn't tell me how much masterwork that star is.
Oh, I thought I put that in the name. Where is that?
Actually, you know what? I already have a +3 tier 5 Ogbane scimitar. Something else?
Sure.
Because like it's such a tiny upgrade at this point. Like we had the same idea because I also have an Arcanite Ogbane scimitar. I'll also look into the mirror that I got. What does it show right now?
Currently shows somewhere that is in grayscale. So all light and saturation is gone.
Shadowfell.
And I'm guessing that's just a not just a normal mirror we're looking at there, is it?
Allows us to go somewhere. Quite random though.
They could come in handy.
I put on my gauntlet, James. I'll attune to him.
And then James, I'm assuming that you probably don't have these items already built in game. We should probably be building these and
Correct.
throwing them on our characters.
So what is everyone going to be doing?
Putting on my gauntlet.
Sorry, what was that?
Putting on the gauntlet.
Yep.
I tune.
At this stage, there's no further responses from.
Well,
I would, since we're sharing what we got, I would, uh, unattune.
what'd you say, God?
It's called Heart, and basically it has 2 different modes, and I can switch on those between those as a bonus act. And Verdant Embrace, when I cast a spell a first level or higher that add twice the spell's level, and I can cast Revivify at will without a spell slot or hero component.
Oh wow.
And then the Twilight Requiem, that mode, when I cast a spell first level or higher that deals damage, I add twice the spell's level, product damage, and then cast Vampiric Touch at will without expending spell slot.
Okay. Stuff.
Yeah, and then when attuned to it, I have advantage on against spells and magic effects. So pretty cool. This has Bob written all over it, and I also got, and I pull out a shiny little delicate little circlet and +4 wisdoms. Isn't it pretty? Shiny bulby. And then I pull out my little puzzle box, and I'm like, I don't know what this is. It's a mystery. It's a puzzle box. You know, nothing else was really jumping out at me, but a possible chaos in a box. That sounds like my. What do you call it? He called it Vecna's box of secrets. I mean, how could you not want it, right?
What masterwork was the scimitar? Maybe I'll just keep it. It's no, pretty much same as mine then, because mine is masterwork 3 and 5 log. Okay. Take it. Well then. If the two of you decide to join us in fighting the orcs, you will need items that protect you from being detected. Self, Kalno, and Shadrach always wear them.
What kind of detection avoidance are we talking about?
The orcs tend to start with scrying. Who knows what they go up to? Apparently they're looking for us all over the plains.
The circle, or would it be clothing?
It'd be a trinket. So, would everyone like to long rest?
I would not like to long rest. I have.
Alright, what would you like to do?
So I assume we're like walking and talking and doing stuff like on our way back to the children.
If everyone's fine with that.
Yep.
What I need to do is I need to find some of my clerics and try to swap one of my spells to forbiddance, and then yeah, up
Alright.
forbiddance around Haven. Level can I cast things at? I can cast things. Yeah, I can cast 9th level spells. I'll cast at 9th level. Forbiddance on Haven. And ooh. Should I forbid fiends and undead? Is Vecna gone?
Not at the moment, he's still in the town.
Um, Can I ask him if there's any fiends or undead who live in the town that he knows of? Except for him?
Undead, I'm not sure. Fiends, I can name 2.
Two? You tell me. I wish to be casting Forbiddance on the town.
There is a national blacksmith, and then one of the gem makers. Both of them are demons.
Interesting. For today, I'll cast it without designating any creature types. Once Vecna is gone, I'll consider what to do.
Alright.
Okay, so that I'm gonna need to do that once a day. 30 days, or use Glyphs of Warding, which I can use. Da-da-da. Can I also get sympathy? Not.
I think that's an 8th level spell.
Yeah, but the question is the classes. I also can't get an 8th level spell. That is true, and it's not on us on. I can't even get it for the classes. Okay. There is the matter of Zelo's family, but Zelo is missing. I wonder, do we have someone down who can cast Forbiddance?
I believe the only person who was capable was Vecna, though you could also make a request of the national mages.
How much does that cost?
It's less that it costs anything, it's more just paperwork for the town.
Okay. But I'll ask Juliana to make sure we have orc away things here, just in case.
Alright, she'll begin getting that organized.
I'll explain that. How does the country deal with the? So all cities have some sort of anti-teleportation on them, right?
Yes,
But they don't have anti-scrying.
correct.
Okay, so Forbiddance wouldn't mess with teleportation, but would mess with scrying.
I believe so, I don't know the spell off the top of my head.
Can't teleport? No, wait, it doesn't mess with scrying. Doesn't mess with scrying. Need to do it with private sanctum? I can't do private. Temple of the Gods? of the gods works, but
Just so you know, duration's 25 hours, not 24.
yeah, understandably. Right.
Right, well, Shade's looking at those. So, you arrive back at the tavern, you...
So while Shade's scrambling all of that stuff, all the are just I assume we're like sitting down, eating. I went and visited my horse. And then I figure we could just be talking about what we want. We're also, I assume both Lucas and I are like just trying to figure out how we our new stuff on and like have it have the effects and that needs time.
Alright.
Like I don't know how to put in like the Fey heart so what quality what do you think?
I think that there's a lot of trouble coming this way. And one of the first things that we probably need to do is train ourselves up to get a little bit stronger before we try to face any of that.
Alright, we can start training now and like I would take like a piece of bread and then just lob it at him.
Die!
Cat um Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Cause he has his new hand wraps attuned. When we walked in, was it just me and then followed by a fucking globe of darkness behind me?
No, just dim light, because it only reduces it by one in a 10-foot radius.
The lights just aren't as bright when he's around.
I'm kind of a gloomy guy.
So hold on. So like I walk in, everything's fine. He walks in behind me. Everything is suddenly like a like noir film, like
Yeah, Shade, that might have been important to note to you. The moment I equipped my new fun hand wraps, there was just a 10-foot aura around me where light got one level darker.
Very well. Nice curse you got there.
Something you might want to just probably would have noticed right away.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and and so we're just like sitting in like a dark corner already. So like we don't get service. Like they don't even know we're over here. Like I have to fly out. Be like, can I get some more bread? And
Sure, they'll
I would
give
be
you
like,
bread. And then about an
what?
hour later, you're approached by a guard.
Hello?
Hey, just checking on you two. You look a little shady.
Yeah,
The
it's my
paladin
hat.
looks quite proud of himself.
Ivy absolutely would give pity chuckles. Yeah, we're just hanging out, eating, you know, after hanging out with Shade and Zelo all day.
Oh, you know Shade.
Yeah. We just got done having a fun adventure together. And now we're having soup and bread while my bird is just a little, he's just a little gloomy right now. He got kind of embarrassed in the adventure. But don't worry, I'm working on cheering him up.
Well, I guess I'll leave you to it.
Thanks.
Doesn't happen to be any way that you can turn off this darkness that you're emitting.
No, unfortunately, it's tied to the bird's mood. Like I said, I'm working on it. Please tell me that Baldy is just sitting there with his little head in it, shaking his head.
Just slowly shaking his head. Yeah, face palming the whole time. Just why do I put up with this one?
The paladin places his hand on your shoulder, Baldy. It'll be alright. If it comes down to it, come see us at the church. We should be able to help you out a bit.
I appreciate it.
Nothing brought me out of a depression more like, a church. Maybe just sitting there shaking her head. Yep.
The paladin then walks off.
Yeah, about this aura of darkness, like, what did you do?
While I am attuned to my artifact, I constantly emit an aura of darkness in a 10-foot radius around me.
Oh, so
That reduces light by 1 tier.
the darkness of your soul is now on the outside.
Rude.
What else did the artifact give?
Part of it is I feel a bit healthier now. Little bit healthier. Above table, it actually just increases my con score by 2.
Yeah, you look like you bulked out a little bit, and I touch his scrawny arms. Good. What else?
Outside of the darkness, I haven't really noticed many other effects just yet until I test some of them out. But I feel a lot stronger connection to the shadows. I'm gonna have to test a few things to see exactly what I can do with this thing.
Ivy has been left to her devices long, and so whatever glass that we had drinks in would just start rude crafting little flowers and making her own bouquet while she's sitting talking. Um, I told everybody about the Fey heart and the circlet, and I'd bring out the puzzle box, be like, "What do you think about this, bird brain?"
Oh, it looks like a box.
Yeah, what? So it just looks like a black box, right? Is there anything else on the outside of it, James? Does it twist? Can it do anything? I would fiddle with it and
It seems to move slightly all over the place, but there doesn't seem to be anything more than very slight movement. So if you try to twist it, it twists very slightly. If you try to press it or pull it, it pulls and presses very slightly.
and I probably should ask more questions about this, huh? Oh, and I just like leave it on the table next to my uh vase of flowers for Baldy to look at when he has a second. So you want to train up with and like kill these orcs, huh? I mean, I guess there are worse ways. Good to be doing it alone. That doesn't sound like anything I would do. Good talk.
Sorry, these hand wraps are a little intense to create. You've got like 9 different qualities to them.
Alright, Shade, how are your spells coming along?
Just going to be doing Temple of the Gods at my house probably, so I have a place where I have a high level protection.
Alright.
Oh, actually, I'll ask, is there like a build? What if we do it at the town hall, and we just make sure that myself, Kalno, and Shadrach have an office there?
Shadrach could definitely do that. Kalno has like 3 different businesses he has to spend his days at.
How is he going to not get killed by orcs?
He's quite confident that he's immune to detection.
He's also the easiest one of us. And all of his businesses are here?
Yes. Within the city.
And he just has the amulet that I gave him?
No, he's come up with another item.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't he? Fine. Then we'll just do the town hall for myself and Shadrach, and while we're in town, we'll try to spend most of our time there.
Alright.
So we have another layer of 9th level protection. Yeah, eventually it will become permanent. And that's how Shade ended separation of church and state. Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Temple of the Gods is the best I came up with on a cleric list. And there's fuck all on the sorcerer list. Wizards got it all. But I can swap. I can actually. I just leveled up. I can swap for one of them. For one of these spells for my Psionic casting. Abjuration. Can I do abjuration yet?
Just gonna test to make sure this strike is right? Oh goodness.
I can't do it yet. And Reps of Shadow.
If you feel like
You-
reading the entire description there, go for it.
You
I
have
am
a
right
fear.
there.
You're a bird who has a fear of heights.
Yeah. Only Wallatune.
What? Oh no. Okay. Didn't need those wings.
I can stay 5 feet off the ground. It's fine.
Yeah, like how bad is this fear of heights? Like,
I mean, it didn't say crippling or debilitating fear of heights.
It
Okay.
gives you the fear condition when flying, which has, I believe, 5 different scales. Starts at DC 5, ends at DC 35.
okay, so like hovering or like flying 30 feet off the ground, that's like tier 2, 3.
Probably tier 2.
Okay.
So not nearly as bad. But honestly, with all of your luck, could be
Not
debilitating.
ideal. Yeah, not ideal. But it's okay. I prefer sitting on the ground anyway.
What are Shadrach's plans?
Honestly, for the curse. Oh, sorry, for being detected.
No, for going fucking up the orcs.
I mean, I'll help if you need me to.
Apparently they're gonna be landing in the north. Might be good to give
After
them a
I
fight.
rest up, we can cut them down, I guess. When do they arrive? Shadrach's still quite
Sure.
beat up. They spent the entire night fighting.
Oh, they also spent the night fighting?
Yes.
Like another night? Did
So-
the orcs come?
No, they spent... So the orcs that arrived at... Okay. Sorry, I'm explaining this poorly. So they spent the day fighting the orcs to get them to be cleared out enough for you guys to come in.
Yeah.
Then they spent the night fighting off the small orc skirmishes.
That were coming in back there?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, they must have gotten a fuck ton of essence.
It was mostly groups of 6 to 8 orcs. So not huge amounts, but I think they are at least holding one level.
To interrupt, but I out there.
Alright.
That in mind.
Okay, so fun fact, my unarmed strike to hit calculation had been completely wrong this whole time, but I just fixed it.
Good job.
Like wrong, like how bad?
Like -10 to hit bad.
Lucas.
I did point out, like last session, 2 sessions ago, that it was too low, but
Yeah, so it wasn't marked as with weapon expertise that I have for unarmed strikes. Now it is though.
all right. Well, Shadrach, you rest for now. I'll call you if I need you.
Alright.
Do we know how much more orcs there are around that place?
All of the hunting parties that returned should be dead now, unless there's some that went further out, in which case they should be arriving today or tomorrow.
And what's Vecna's plan to deal with it? Like, isn't he going there to do some ritual?
Shadrach shrugs.
Fair enough.
I mean, I guess Luke up like adding the while he's on with it.
We might not need it this. Not clear.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know, like should level up button?
You'll need to spend
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 15 weeks leveling up.
In-game time?
In game.
Like, okay.
IRL.
Well, I don't know.
uh,
I don't know how fast this is gonna get going. Man, I'm really curious what Zelo got. They didn't really say anything. They just kind of like went off and did their own shit. Seemed
well,
happy though.
they do have some troubles that they need help with as well, but got some time to do that. Books might be slightly more pressing.
Well,
Gonna
so
make two meteor swarm glyphs and take the long rest of them. Gold.
And is Shade over in his Temple of the Gods, away from us, or?
Yes, he is at the moment.
yeah, I assume so. Yeah.
Okay.
They might actively be scrying for him. They don't know about us.
Yeah, so we should
Yeah.
be alright.
Ivy would just like at some point later in the night, because like I assume we're still at the tavern. Meet us. Just look for an aura of darkness. Got the bird, and then that would be the end of it.
Fair enough.
You can send something back if you want to, but
I will
Otherwise-
reply. I am in the town hall, preparing to face orcs.
alright, I'm gonna tell Baldy. I probably would Ivy would be a menace, and like when people were like done eating or whatever, take whatever scraps and then lob them at the bird. Said we had to train.
Yeah, the
And,
problem is I don't know how much time we have.
she would like the second that like the innkeep like be like, I'll clean it up, I swear. I'm good at that. But we need to train. I mean, eventually, I assume we a long rest. So, I
All
mean,
right.
I don't unless there's anything else that.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we would want to like ask Shade before we long rest would be, um, do we have any estimate on how much time it would be until the orcs arrive at this location?
Well, he had said that it wasn't going to be immediate. He had said it's a
They
few
don't know
days,
about this
maybe.
location yet. No. I would have explained that they don't know about this location. They're coming. They're gonna land in the north, where I've already prepared defenses against them. But they don't know about this location yet.
I assume Baldy has some maps, so we would like. Would we know how far away we are from this place that they're gonna land? Like, because we had traveled around like all over, right? So would we have a map that would kind of give us an idea of like span of distance? Like, say they landed and for whatever reason figured out where we were, what that time would look.
If they were to walk, months. But they don't have to walk. They just like to take ships.
Okay, let me know when you've loaded onto this map.
All right, I see.
These mountains down here is where you guys are.
Right?
And over up there is the area that they're referring to.
Okay.
Okay.
I like the do not go.
Classic.
Okay. And so we can talk with Jade more before final this, but sounds like interested in ask. I will follow you. Stuck with me. Weird shit.
Yeah. The only thing is, if we can get some training time in prior to their arrival, I think that would help us immensely.
That's your way of saying that you want time to try and level up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I'll happily lob spells at you all day long. I mean, no, not to do bench damage, right? But I guess we'll have a clearer picture of what's going on given more time and more resources figuring it all out. I'm gonna hit the rest button.
All right.
Yeah, I will do the same. And then I'm assuming I'm making a roll.
Yep.
New day or not?
We would have come out at dawn. We would have spent most of the
Same day.
day. Like, same day?
Same. Okay.
I hit a new day button, but I don't know.
It
Doesn't
shouldn't.
change much.
It shouldn't change anything other than the notification I get.
And then let's see what happens here.
Wait, hold on. So this curse, DC Wisdom saving throw of fucking 30, and you can't hit it without rolling a natural 20.
It's only one level of exhaustion.
every day.
Unless I unattune from it and then it goes away.
You're gonna have to start sleeping with shade.
Yeah, I know.
Elephant and a bird walk into a bar. All right, can I mess with my spells?
Sure.
If only I had saved one of my inspirations, I could have passed that check.
Okay, so you wake up in the morning and he seems a little bit gloomier than the day before. Like I didn't sleep well. Oh, buddy. Probably don't need wraps right now. I would get breakfast and then head, head out town hall to meet. That's the plan, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, you're being served breakfast at dinner time.
It's breakfast for me. Also, this fits with Lucas and I's typical schedule. What I have for breakfast, what they offer me.
Give me a moment, I'll check their actual menu. I've never actually taken a look at that before. Preserved kobold meat.
Anything else?
Oh.
That's preserved, you'll be alright.
Mushroom stew.
That seems fine.
Fish.
Iffy. In the mountains, that seems iffy.
Well, it's teleported in.
I'll just take a mushroom soup and call it good.
Now, a lot of the food here doesn't seem all that great.
Huh?
How does the mushroom soup taste?
It's +1 quality. It's just the raw ingredients that aren't great. So it's actually probably the best mushroom stew that you've had, other than in the Feywild.
Oh, this reminds me of home a little bit. Love that for me.
Ah, that's why they don't get the other stuff for another couple months. Sorry, they organized for a bunch of new ingredients to be added, but that doesn't start for, I think, another month at most, or maybe it's 3 months at most.
Well, compliments to the chef for the soup, at least. If I'm around in a month, you bet I'll be back trying something else that seems vaguely safe. I mean, after that, I would just I get my exhausted burb, start up with shade.
All right.
Yep.
James, question.
Yes.
Now that I know that it's possible to make a spell to misdirect scrying, what level would I have to make it?
Let me go check what his is. His is
I can't do 8th level spells yet. Oh, he's been casting an epic spell all the time?
no, he only needs to cast it once. Well, once per
Oh,
creature.
yeah. Would you say it's possible for me to just fail intentionally?
Fail the wisdom saving throw against being scribed?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm considering going to the Forest of the Dead and failing the wisdom throw there.
Okay, hear me out. Zombie, vampire, orc.
It's not like they're orcs anymore. They're just fat zombie vampires now. Okay. How's the church doing right now?
Church is doing reasonably well. They've got most of
What
the
about-
people here except for, I believe, 2.
What about the kobolds?
The ones that are currently in the schooling system.
Which ones of them have? So the blue one should have hatched. The blue one hatched.
The blue ones had
The platinum one is still
egg.
egg. Yeah. Okay. How's the blue one doing?
It is currently failing some of the school classes. Though it's also quite fresh. It's only like 2 months old? I think it's 2 months.
That's okay that it's failing. Is it being like a normal person or is it being a kobold?
It's being a kobold. But it's making some progress.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can make a normal person out of it.
All right.
There was some things that both Carlo and Juliana wanted to tell me. Is it time for that yet?
I think that's 2 days away.
Yeah. All right. So there was one other thing that I was working on. Remember the pearls that appeared?
Yes.
I just put simulacrum on figuring them out
Okay.
till he figures it out.
Okay.
Okay. Suppose Shadow Clone can go train and might need it anywhere that I know of.
Not particularly right this moment. I mean, people could use your assistance, but it's nothing urgent.
Can't really work on an 8th level spell yet. Right. In that case, I think what I will do while I still have some free time is I will spend it. What did I decide about the capital for my church, Haven or Southfront?
You didn't decide.
Fuck. No, I think the conversation went. You said that the main cost of doing it South Frost was training cost,
Training.
but the train.
So, South Frost
But
is
the-
the capital.
Yeah.
Main detriments to the capital is training costs and other fees and amenities for being an order of that size in the capital. Basically, building reputation, that sort of thing.
Yeah. On the other hand, it gives the benefits of advancing faster because we're in the capital, and the training costs are going to go away in a couple of years, and I already know that basically the training is going to be a non-issue because academy anyway.
Yep.
So yeah, so I decided the capital.
All right.
I will basically start working on that, going to the capital and sorting all of that out. Well, I did want to work on that on some kind of contract, so I guess I'll go talking.
All right.
And then I'll be waiting for the alarms to go off, basically.
Okay.
Vecna didn't say how many days, right?
No, he didn't. So you'd spend most of the day there. Do you return back to Haven at all, or do you just stay in the capital?
If there is things to do in the morning, maybe I just spend the night at the capital.
All right. So
That means when we go to the town hall, we were looking to meet up with Shade. Do you know if he's still here?
Shade, you receive a sending from Shadrach.
Yeah.
There are two people wait. This is from Mrs. Shadrach, by the way. There's two people waiting for you at Town Hall.
Okay. Fine, I'll go back.
Okay. You arrive and you see Ivy and Baldrin.
How can I help you?
So we're trying to decide our next course of action. Do you have any idea how long it's going to take for the orcs to arrive, or for you to be ready to engage with the orcs? Reason why I ask is, if I have the time, I prefer to train up and get a little bit stronger if I can.
Well, you should train. Personally, I don't know exactly when the orcs will show up. I assume they will few days perhaps they'll show up in the north. I will probably engage them, but I don't expect to defeat them.
And James, how long would it take to train one level?
Okay. Should take 80 days. You could halve that time by training twice per day, but that gives you another level of exhaustion. Or you could halve it by getting someone else to train you in it. So specifically a monk to train you.
Yeah, I'd be looking at roughly 80 days to get trained up a little bit. Unless you happen to know a monk around town that could give me a hand with it, we cut that time about in half.
Suppose you could try the capital. I can
What
take you
about,
tomorrow morning.
what about your mentor? Yeah.
Back in the Feywild.
No?
That's still well over a month's time, and the orcs should be arriving in mere days. I don't know that we have that time.
Well, not like there's a lot we could do around here right now either, right? I assume taking care of that aid. I know you have all of your clerics and paladins, everything setting up defenses here, right?
This town is rather well defended, and they don't know its location. I'm more
Right.
worried about all the other towns that will fall under attack.
I mean, like I can stay here. Well, nobody. Would I have to get trained by a cleric of Mav if I was wanting to like do training? Would
Yes.
I have to? Okay. Yeah. So when were you going to be have like a day in mind of when you were going to go? If we have a couple of days, I can take us to the Feywild and we can at least get a couple of training days in, and then I
The
can bring us
Feywild,
back.
you're lucky. You could train in the Feywild and come back and no time has passed. If you're unlucky,
Baldrin,
knows
make
when
me a
you'll be
history check.
back.
I make it too.
You're also native Fae, so yeah. Baldrin failed.
Seems a little bit better.
Not quite high enough though.
If I use lucky, can I reroll, or would it just take the one?
Lucky's always a reroll.
All right, I'm gonna use one of my luckies, you know, because I have that. Motherfucker. All right, no, I don't know shit.
All right.
I mean, we would know about the time difference. It was just.
Yep, that's
I
not what
mean-
you're making a history check for. You're making it for something else.
If I had to use my above board knowledge, it's when's the last time the Fey Lords decided it was time to age or something along those lines?
You can
Or
make an
something. Am
assumption.
I way off base? Okay. Well, do we wanna try our luck?
I told you, you're taking lead on this one. What are we doing?
Well, Shade, you make a good point. If we do travel the Feywild, we may be able to come back in no time at all. The only issue is if we're not so lucky, we're not gonna be able to help you much at all. So
Might be.
I'll take your opinion on it. Should we try our luck?
You're from the Feywild. You're the ones who know best. But if it will make you stronger, you probably are going to need.
I think it's definitely worth a try. I think we should give it a go. All right, so I think we will do that. With any luck, we will meet you back here, and we will meet back at the town hall here and have the receptionist call for you, should you not be around.
I'm
Very well.
I'm not gonna try and like plane shift right back into town because that seems like probably a bad idea with all the protection, right? I'm gonna try no outside. Uh, send me a sending. If shit goes down, I can always get us back out and hopefully, you know, here where you guys are. What is well? Like, there's no way that I can like hone in on a specific like person. It's just a place that I can like take a, like us near, right?
So plane shift just ejects you to. So it cannot target people.
Okay.
I know the
So-
town that I'd be heading for.
Yeah, we saw on the map, right? Basically, a town, like a city, whatever. That's kind of like close to. Like,
I'm talking about the Feywild. I know exactly which city my mentor resides in.
well, that's great for you. I'm just making sure that we can get back if like there's an emergency. Or like time is not working out in our favor.
I mean, you can ask Shade. I don't know if there would be a problem with plane shifting back into Haven directly.
As long as you plane shift outside the teleportation protection, should
Yeah.
be good.
Well, then if you could just show us roughly where the border of that would be, so we can know a safe spot to
Fair enough.
plane shift to and from, should make this process a little bit easier.
All right.
And I'll map it out just so that we have a written record.
All right.
Shall we?
Shall. So I grab his hand and then. Oh, where does your mentor live?
A city known as Mrentirian. Are you familiar?
Familiar enough. And so I would plane shift us there. Splitting the party. Not an attack.
All right. You arrive in the Feywild.
We arrive in the city, outside the city.
You arrive inside of the city in the dead center. Dead center, I can speak. It appears to be covered in snow. It looks like it is wintertime in the Feywild.
Right, Ivy's like, ooh, I get to wear my winter coat, and she pulls out her cold weather clothing and like pulls out the coat and stuff like that. And about how far away is Ivy's like house with the temple with her mentor?
Everywhere is only any long walk away in the Feywild.
I'm like, I'll send you a sending like every night so you can tell me how your training's going. And then she would head off her mentor. And I assume he heads off to his. Right, how long does this shit go on?
Okay. So you're spending the full 80 weeks, 80 days.
Yeah,
Oh,
80
40
weeks.
days.
Yep, just
40
fuck
days.
off.
40 days with your mentors. Or you double timing it to reduce it to 20.
I would probably spend the 40, and before I do, on attune to the hand wraps of shadows, just so I don't kill myself.
Just remember that each level up is that number of weeks, roughly. So this is to go up one level. So if you're going to double time it, then you might be able to fit in another level in the same 40 days. It'd really be 42 days to fit in the extra one, but still.
To be able to do a few levels.
Yeah, I think let's try and double time it. Since I'm out of tuning from the hand wraps anyway, I think I'll double time mine.
So if we're double timing, we have to roll, like, do you have to roll for exhaustion,
No,
or...
it's guaranteed exhaustion, but you lose it on a
Okay.
long rest.
Alright, so... Ivy heads back to her temple, and she's doing all the cleric-y stuff.
Alright.
Sorry, our cats are fighting right now. So...
Can I get
So
the
double
cleric to
timing is...
make me a 1d100 roll?
Oh boy, alright.
$20. That is not high enough. Okay, how many levels are you planning on taking?
I'd probably do the double time, so it'd be what? 20 days? I'd do that first, and then I'd check in Baldy, and like I would have been waiting for ascending if something was happening. So I do that one level first and double check with everybody. Then if it was all cool, then I would keep going.
Alright,
If
Baldy,
I
what do
have
you say to
I'm gonna go for 2 levels.
Alright.
Two levels. Well, let me see here. Yeah, we're gonna go for 2 levels.
Alright.
curious what the hundreds.
Ivy, can I get another D100 for the second level? 92, that is almost high enough.
Okay. Can't add nothing to that to make it high enough.
I could inspiration +5.
And you're on the D100?
On specific ones, yeah.
Okay. Well, like I did before.
Sure, I'll add a +5 to that. Fuck else am I gonna use?
Well, one thing you have to know with James, when he says it's not enough, it doesn't mean it's not enough for a good thing.
Sure.
Just warning you for future.
Alright. So that would bring it to 97. You were brought before Mab.
Woo!
You have
Oh,
never
no.
been blessed with her presence before.
I am starstruck. I'm like fanning myself a little bit, but like greatly. And I'm like, oh, mistress. Wow. What'd she look like?
I have a hero forge somewhere. You know, it might just be in my Feywild tab.
Just mayhap.
Really? That would be pretty crazy, though.
Uh,
So you know the color part of your eye, right? While in a Feywild, your entire eye, so the white section of your eye, is completely overcome by the color part. Oh, my child. How
What if
how goes
have I
your
done?
progress?
Good, I think so far. Really working on myself, you know.
You have become somewhat accomplished.
Well, I don't like to brag. A little bit.
And your business on a material plane?
Yeah, did you see what happened in the temple there?
Inside the temple I did not, but I sense what you did.
I I thought maybe it would be mostly good to restore the planes to the way they were.
You did you?
Well, thinking's not always my strong suit. Mistress, I am just wondering what I've done to be blessed by your presence.
She smiles softly. I am intrigued of your interactions with that Celestia.
Which one? That's above table. I don't know. Like Celestial, not like
Shay,
Ariel
did you
does.
ever actually introduce yourself as a Celestial to them?
Not sure.
Because I don't think you did.
I
I
don't
don't
believe
think
so.
I did, but also I don't think anyone asked.
The Loxodon.
But it's also not a secret. So-
Okay. Oh, Shade. Yeah, he's interesting for sure.
Shay,
Complicated.
does he have any relation to the Shadowfell?
I'm gonna be honest, Mistress. We didn't have like a whole lot of in-depth talk. He did get a very interesting looking mirror that seemed a little weird, but nothing that I picked up where he like affiliated with the Shadowfell at all.
Interesting. If he does turn out to be one of the children of the Prince of Darkness, bring me his head.
Uh, is is not that I'm gonna argue, at all, Mistress. But like, how will I know? Like, so far, all of the spells that he's cast and everything seem very typical of a sorcerer.
Well,
Like,
if he ever
wouldn't
introduces
there...
himself or his family as the Prince of Darkness, then you'll know. Or if you ever become sure. I'm not asking you to investigate the idea, but if it happens to occur, then I'd like his head, preferably on a platinum platter.
All right. You don't happen to have any platinum to make that happen lying around, do you? Ivy is also saying this, like, basically, like, groveling on the ground. I just want to put that out there. Mistress, that was just a joke. Don't worry about it. Is there anything we should know about this orc invasion that's happening? Do you have any insight on that? That's my next project, and you know, I will happily
She
spread
spits on the
all of
ground.
the chaos.
Orcs. Disgusting
Yeah.
feral beast. Took forever to purge them from the Feywild.
And that was wonderful work, Mistress. Just, you did perfectly.
Of course I did. If
Is
you
there
are
any
going...
insight?
What are your intentions with the orcs? Are you going after them? Are you going to kill them all?
I
I'd
don't know
quite
about
like it if you
all.
killed them all.
I will try my best, Mistress. You know, in your name, of course, obviously. Uh, is there anything we should know about them? How difficult were they to purge from the Feywild? I mean, I assume for a being as wonderful as you, it was really not much of a issue at all. But I am still just a lowly cleric of yours.
Took several eons to purge them.
Doesn't bode well for me.
The lands that they touched are still ruins. And even now they try to force their way back.
Do you want any of their heads on a platter brought back to you? Uh, Ivy, like, just peeks up a little bit.
You see a silver platter in front of you.
Ooh. Thank you so much, Mistress.
If you ever come across their Council of Warlords or their Elder Assembly, I'd like their heads.
Anything for you.
Quite right. She throws something towards you. It's very, very tiny. It could be a seed.
Ivy goes to catch it. And this is Mistress?
That will be a church to me. I'd like you to plant it.
Any specific location or place of my choosing?
A place that you think will suit it best. I shall judge your decision making.
How much does being a chaos gremlin factor into the judgment?
Make me an insight
I-
check.
All right. This is going to go well.
You have advantage on this. 26. Alright. A place of status and importance.
I will plant this somewhere that will bring you much worship, be it in fear or not. I swear it, mistress.
Good, good. You can go now.
Thank you.
Do you take the silver platter? Oh, the platinum platter, sorry?
Oh, yeah. I'll
Okay.
grab that.
There
as
appears to
well.
be an object inside of it.
I look at it closely. Like, I've been dismissed. Does she, like, teleport me out and then I look at it, or?
She doesn't actually teleport you out. There's a pair of doorways that lead pretty much wherever she wants them to go.
I have the platter and the seed, like, one in each hand, and I'm, like, bowing continuously as I'm backing up into the door. And then when I get there, I just, like, open it and walk out.
Okay.
It's awkward, but I'm trying to be respectful of the god that could smite me, you know? I will immediately send a sending, Baldy, and try my damnedest in 25 words to explain what just happened. Be like, holy shit, I
It
met
appears to be a
Mob.
cloak.
The cloak?
Yep.
There's a cloak. I don't know what's going on right now. That's the sending that Ivy sends to Balderin. Okay, so I like put the platter, my bag of holding, if it can fit. Or I like slide it in my belt or something. And then
You
I
put
like
what, sorry?
look at the platter that it was on. Like, I would want to put it like in a place. I mean, I just got it from my god, so I'm fangirling, and I'm like, don't want it to touch like anything but me. So I like slide it in my belt or like my my bag of holding or something, and then I take a look at the cloak.
Sorry, I was just looking up the cloak. So
Was
there
it?
is actually a serving dish on top of the platinum platter that's also made out of platinum.
Oh, oh, damn, my goddess is good.
Alright. So what are you doing with it?
I'm just looking at it, like what material it's made out of, like, you know,
It is
the
cold to the
color.
touch. It appears to be almost woven ice. But it doesn't look like woven ice.
Is there anyone I know of in like my town that would be able to identify what this is and tell me what it does?
Make me a religion check. Do you fail? Okay,
Can I like for some
the
reason my foundry isn't loading the rolls. I don't know what I rolled, but I would like to use the lucky on it if
alright,
I failed.
roll again. Come on, that one.
Check.
Slightly better, but still a failure.
Alright, well I got 2 more lucky.
Only one can be applied to each roll.
Well, alright. And ignore whatever I just rolled. Like Lucas is looking at my screen. It's just not loading any.
They would have advantage. They actually fail to identify it as.
So I will just hold the cloak up and put it in. I'll just like carry it like in my backpack. I don't want to start throwing it in a dimensional thing. Like I don't know what it does. I keep it on my person, but I'm like, I'll just maybe have Shade or someone he trusts look at this thing, because nobody around here can figure it out.
Alright.
And then the platinum dishes will also go in the backpack. And I will tell Freddie about what happened. Holy shit, Fred, I met Mom.
While she's doing all of this, Baldrin is catching up with Hadis after the long time they've spent apart. And beginning some training there.
Shay.
Yep.
So, they leave, and then what do you go do? Go back to organizing the church slot?
For the time being, until I get some better idea. Like, I. One other thing that well, how much time is the church organizing realistically going to take me?
Upwards of a month. Mostly because of meetings that you've got to have.
Okay, well, in that case, that's a long time. So there's only one thing that I want to do in the interim. I'm gonna go to Azul for at least a couple of days and just talk with the adventuring guild there.
Alright.
Tell them that I have intel that there might be orcs attacking, and see if anyone there thinks that has a good idea what to do about it.
Their recommendation would be, firstly, reach out to any local communities to see if they can raise any funds to order adventurers. Secondly, if it's a large enough force, you might be able to speak to the National Guard or to the nobles in the area, and they might be able to raise funds to hire adventurers.
Okay. Let's work on that.
Alright, which path would you like to go down?
I know that the locals are broke poor, so nobles it is.
All right.
I know that the locals there, like, they didn't have shit.
All right. You'd be informed. Actually, no. You can order direct meetings with them. You've got a pedigree now. Well, it's not technically a pedigree, but it is a church title.
Something.
So you can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'd be able to meet with 6 different nobles, 4 of which are just going to evacuate themselves. They give you a 100 gold reward for informing them.
They realize that the orcs are not going to stop, right?
Well, their current options are they can put some money towards the orcs, and then when the orcs do destroy whatever is sent to defend against them, they then get captured, or they flee. Or they do both, and that's just the most expensive option when they think fleeing will work.
But fleeing will not work because orcs will just keep going. Are they gonna flee infinitely?
Their plan is to buy some land near the City of Hope.
And they think that the orcs won't get quite that far.
They think that the capital will send an army to stop them at that point.
Alright, fair enough. And they don't want to help evacuate the people?
4 days. 1, 2. They have no method of evacuating that many people in 4 days with the resources they have.
How do we have the 4 days number?
That's just an approximation.
Right.
Because you've said days, they're assuming almost a week.
Okay, what about the 2 that don't just fuck off?
One of them is willing to put 10,000 gold towards hiring adventurers.
Okay.
And the other one has requested that you save their people.
How many people?
87, including the noble family, 93.
Where do they want to go?
If you can get them to the city, any of the capitals, that would be great.
Do they want to go in Exalia?
No, they want to go to their capitals.
Okay, well, I'll tell them to get their shit together and I'll gate them.
Alright.
And I'll ask them kindly when they're there to send word. See if they can help their people that they sworn to protect.
I'll send word where?
To whoever the...
As in for further reinforcements.
Yeah?
Yep,
Well,
they'll do so.
organize something. Yeah, then I'll tip them off. The 10,000 gold, will they just deal with it themselves or do they want me to organize that?
They just need a currency amount, and then they can organize requested information.
Okay, so they can... I don't need to do anything for that. They'll
just need
hand
to give them the money for it.
Oh wait, they want me to give them 10,000 so that they can get adventurers.
So the noble's willing to give you 10,000 so that you can give the what is it called? The Adventuring
The
Guild
guild.
10,000.
Okay, so fine. Does the noble want something in return?
His people not to die.
Who are his people in this case?
3-4 small villages, each at around 20 to 15 people.
Okay. Do those villages currently have protection in place?
Yes, from you.
All right. Okay. I will make sure that those villages are. Suppose they are the more protected point right now. Okay, I'll do my best. I'll get the adventurers round about those, get them to somewhere in that area. Back up.
All right. Baldrin.
Yeah.
So your training is going well. This is nearing the 80 days. All right.
The sending from Ivy. That. So I would like to, while I'm still there with Haddis, catch up on some details with, you know, how the time that I've spent while we've been apart, and thank him for the pendant that he gave me because it led me to an adventuring companion.
Level up twice on.
Yep.
Same for me.
Yep.
For the select hit point increase mode, we roll for it, right?
Yes.
And then mine, because my feats is maximum.
Yep. All right. I believe you've exceeded his level.
What's that?
Sorry, I'm just checking what level Hades was.
Does my paired spell list amount go up or
Yes.
out of how I like 24?
Should be wisdom modifier plus cleric level. So 25. Alright. So Hades is level 17, which means you're now the same level as him. He won't be able to help you level up at any point beyond this.
Okay. Just picking out a feat as
Oh, good.
getting a feat at 16.
I didn't pick. I assume it.
No, everyone should get one at 16 if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I didn't. I should probably do that. Huh?
Yep. Okay, Shade. For 10,000, they'll probably put this at gold tier. That's not a great deal.
How much do they want for, like, how should I put it? I think that what's needed is several gold tiers. Yeah.
Alright.
But gold tier doesn't pay this much.
Gold tier is twice that.
All right. So James, for my feat, I'm going to take the trained attunement slot.
Alright.
How would I edit that to it?
I believe I need to manually. If I go to there.
I also. So you would change it from 2 to 4
Yep,
because I
there
also
you go.
put 2 points on. Oh,
Okay, so
Hmm. Okay. What about the gate guy? Did he pay? Okay. Now that goes towards adventurers as well. I put some of my own towards it as well. Fucking nobles. Cheap asses. Okay. I'll match them then.
alright. 32,000, that's enough for 1 gold group or 12 electrum. Which would you prefer? Would you just like it to leave it up to them?
Those wizards were gold, right? The ones that fought with Lola? Or they were platinum?
The wizards were platinum.
Ah. Yeah, I think I leave it. I think a gold would probably be better because I feel like platinum will just get ripped up by. But I'm happy for them to say otherwise though, if they're sure.
No, they're pretty much in agreement.
Okay. Yeah, then.
Okay. A group of 4 gold rank adventurers.
I'll probably ask them to try to focus on the area where that noble who paid wants people to be protected.
Will do. Alright, Ivy, Baldrin, what are you two doing?
So I want to talk with Hattis, and now that we have met the same level as each other, I want to see if he knows of any other way of shadow monks that I could help, that could help train me. See if he's got any connections that I may not be aware of.
He does know one.
Okay.
But
And who might that be?
he will warn you against going to seek them out. His mentor trained him, but he met this mentor in Ravenloft.
Fair enough. Would my character have heard of Ravenloft in the notorious rumor capacity?
Make a history check. You might have heard it from your mentor.
I mean, shit. People don't leave Ravenloft to not talk about it.
Your mentor has mentioned Ravenloft a couple of times, but he's never gone into detail.
What's so bad about seeking your mentor out?
Once you've entered Ravenloft, it is quite difficult to leave.
Understandable. Just so I have it in case I unwillingly find myself there, what's your mentor's name?
Kakirin. Kakirin.
Good to know.
Yeah, how's Freddy working out for me? Have I also out-leveled him? Or is it different training? Like,
He is quite a bit higher than you at the moment.
perfect.
I would want to thank Caddis again for all of his inspiration leading me to the journey that I found myself on, and ask him that should he ever find himself in need of aid, he has a ally to call upon.
Alright. He quite appreciates that.
I'm gonna restart my phone.
I'll also ask Caddis just for funsies. I don't suppose you have a grudge against orcs, do you?
I do not. Have you found yourself holding onto a grudge?
No, but I may find myself in conflict with them fairly soon.
Then may it be a swift battle.
I certainly hope so.
Alright. Ivy, what are you doing in regards to the cloak?
Well, I was holding on to it to show shade. I suppose I could go to like if we're to the point where we're done, then I'd have to meet up with Baldy anyway, and so we would be in a bigger, different town. And I could maybe see if somebody else there could identify the cloak. Like, because I have no way of knowing what it is, right, without somebody else identifying it for me.
A Ladrid
And
mage would
also
be
just
willing.
not randomly. I'm not pulling a Zelo and fucking attuning to this thing without knowing what it is.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I don't think my goddess gave me a cursed item, but you know, she's a little chaos gremlin herself, so who knows? So I would bring it to, like, I would ask around and like see it who would be able to identify it, and I would bring it to them and like pay them to identify it, as long as it's like reasonable.
And after my training is complete with Addis, I will part ways with him and head back to the city center where we plane shifted in, so I can meet up back with Ivy.
Alright. Do you have any gemstones?
Me?
Yes.
No. All I got's money.
Alright. The Eladrin mage would ask you for the clearest gemstone that you come across. And you'd like it delivered sometime. Before the next Eladrin court.
Which is
Give or take 10 years. Well, 10 years, give or
okay.
take a few months.
Alright, clearest gemstone I can find. That's it, right?
Yep.
I ask if, like, would it, is this something only like an Eladrin would know what it is? And when
No,
he inevitably
just
said,
a
yeah.
very clear gemstone.
Okay. And then I guess I would up with Baldy then. So I put a point into con to make it even, so I would get 5 slots now. Yeah, I can't fix that on my. I assume you have to do. And then I was trying to find the spell critical feat, like if I crit with a spell, it actually does. That
Should
was
be in the
I was thinking.
Celestia core book. But yes, you
I
can take
looked
that
and
spell.
I couldn't find it. So I'll find it at some point this week. Put it on my.
Right. As for the... you agreed for them to identify the cloak for the clear gemstone, correct?
Well, do I need to give you the gemstone first?
No.
Because like I can. Okay. Clearest gemstone I can find. Got it.
Alright, they cast Identify. The artifact's name is Mab's Mantle of Midnight Frost.
And what does it do?
Grants the wearer immunity to cold. They are immune to the elements. As in hot weather and cold weather and those sorts of things. Gains a fly speed of 80 feet for a bonus action.
Alright.
They can cast invisibility on themselves once per long rest. You can summon the Winter Storm.
Uh, I will attune to that. But I mean, that sounds sweet.
Alright.
There was no negative effects, yeah?
None that you could see on the item. None that they were able to explain on the item. They couldn't identify any curses or anything.
Alright.
Alright. Roll me 2d100. One d100. And another d100. Alright.
Is it safe to assume that cloak had some random properties as well?
Hey, it wasn't curse. That's
Well,
the
that
only
you
thing I
know
got
of
going for
yet.
me.
Curses are hard to identify.
As for the rest of our properties, here they
Well then. I mean, overall, it could be worse. You ready for this, Shane? I mean, this is above table because we haven't come back
Yeah.
yet. But
Of course, I am interested.
so my hair is perfectly groomed always when attuned to the artifact. When attuned to the artifact, I can make my eyes glow in the dark.
Hmm.
While attuned to the artifact, I have advantage on death saving throws.
Hmm.
And while attuned to the artifact, my soul is trapped within the artifact if I die.
Perfect.
New sentient item dropping?
Yeah, about that. So, like, if my soul's trapped within the artifact, like, if I do die, what happens? Like, is there any way they can get me out, or am I just I'm dead? Doesn't it just says trapped? But I'm assuming I don't get eaten. You know, at that point, I'm fucking dead. Somebody else can figure it out.
Yes.
Ooh, oh, that little end of it, I like that. No, so it was everything that James said, but at the end it said wearer can plane shift themselves to appear in front of mob as a full round action.
Oh, that's helpful.
I got heads on platters that delivered and gave me a fast way to go there.
Yeah, you don't want to go there without any heads, though. I feel like
Right? No, I wouldn't.
that could end bad.
There might be a head on a platter by the end of it.
Right? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it without. Can I? Is this? Can I send ascending this shade check in and see, like, what the time discrepancy has been like? Like maybe like halfway to training, just to like
Okay,
make
you
sure
send a
that
send
we're
in, you
not
do
like.
not get a response back.
It says if it's not on the same plane, it has a 5% chance of failing.
Yes.
So I would like try a couple of times, and like if I get to get nothing back,
You do in fact continue to get nothing back.
that's not a great sign. So I would, Baldy and I are met up. I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna plane shift us.
Well, hold on. We're both exhausted. Do we want to take a long rest before we get back while the time difference is less likely to matter?
Sure. Got a place I can stay with a Haddis then?
Well, you can certainly ask.
I don't know if we want the time role playing that out, but
So yeah, we'll head back. I'll lead her back to Haddis and his little monastic temple, and ask him if we can rest for a few hours there.
Of course. That is no issue.
Perfect. Then we'll take a long rest there before we get on our way.
All right. So,
Which I don't think either of us.
how do you
have
plan to leave the Feywild?
I would plane shift us back.
All right. Is there anything anyone is doing before you do that?
Would Ivy, like, it should be fine to plane shift back out, right? That's not going to cause issues, is it? I mean, I'm not quite sure what, like, if there's anything, like, Ariel as the player doesn't know. He didn't really go into it.
There's no issue of
Like,
plane shifting in or out. It's just whenever the Fey Lords decide that you should leave.
well, I got Mob on my side, so I'm probably fine.
All right. Shade.
Yep.
So you've got the gold rank adventurers organized. You do actually have enough money left over for 2 groups of Electrum on top of that.
Okay. Well, I'll have them just work on, I don't know, evacuating and shit like that.
All right.
Trying to see if they can make some arrangements for people to go back a bit, get back from the coast a bit.
All right. They will do that then. By the time they get there, are you teleporting them there?
Sure, might as well.
Okay, that gives them an extra day. So it gives them 2 days of prep before the orc ships are detected.
How many and how? Yeah.
Okay, from what you can see, there's 45 ships.
All spread out.
Yep, all in a line.
Okay. Or in one line, or
Almost
spread
a
out
line.
across the coast. So like in one fist.
Yeah, this is just all going to this one area.
Which one area?
One of the cities that the noble, well, one of the villages that the noble abandoned.
So not the one that was paid extra to protect.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see if I can just swarm some of the ships from a safe distance of several miles.
All right. As the meteors are slamming into the ships, I actually need you to roll the damage for one of the meteors.
Shay, did you just say that? Did you just say that you're casting Meteor Swarm from several miles away?
Yes.
Nice.
Because I have 2 levels of distant casting.
Beautiful.
It lets me cast it from 4 miles away. So it's 20d20 bludgeoning, right?
I think it's 20d6 bludgeoning and then 20d6 fire.
All right, 20d6. So, but there's 3 meteors. I guess I try to spread them out to begin.
You'd be able to hit 1 ship per meteor if you'd like to.
I'll do that on the first one.
Right.
On the first 3, we'll see how they go.
Okay. The first one is hit, and you hear a snapping sound. The fire doesn't seem to have done much damage to the ship, but the actual impact of the meteor appears to have heavily dented it. The wood is actually shattered in certain parts.
No sinkage yet?
It's taking on water.
Okay. 45 ships total.
Yep. like 44.5 now.
What? But there's 3 meteors in each meteor swarm.
I think there's 4 actually.
More than 1.
Yep, 4 different places. So that would be hitting 4 of a ship. Would you be going for what looks to be the general ship, or the leadership, I should say? It's quite a bit larger.
I'll take one because I know that there's something with these ships, so I'll send 1 at that just to see if it's different, and 3 just normal ships.
Okay. The one that hits the general ship, dents it, but does not shatter any of the material. It does not appear to be wood.
Right. Noted. Let's just go about.
One of these ships in
thinking
this,
some of the
one of the ships in this fleet actually looks like your design, though it's very prototype. It's
Okay,
not in any way
great.
complete.
Okay. Well, how many times can I cast this?
Quick AFK.
How many of these static meteor glyphs do I reckon they're gonna trigger? Okay. I got 120. Is 123 spell points correct? Still, that's too low. 14, 15, 16, 19. I should be level 19.
Should you?
Yeah, because 14 sorcerer, 2 cleric, and 6 paladin.
Ah, all up. Yep. $19 is 123 spell points.
That's correct. Okay. Teleport. Well, I did make 2 glyphs, but that's more close range. Okay, I'm gonna cast 2 more swarms then. Take out 8. And then wait for them to get to the coast defense.
Alright. So the 5 coast defenses are triggered. The ships that you've hit with the meteors have sunk, but the 5 coast ones are triggered, and 5 more ships are sunk from it, as 4 meteors slam into each one.
Okay. Did the gold guys have transport capability?
They have a method of teleporting, yes.
Alright, I'm gonna sending them, tell them to come.
Are you sure you don't want us defending here?
Are there ships there? I would know if there's ships there. Right?
As soon as they get within the radius and the alarm gets set off, yeah.
Okay, I won't reply for now. Don't have infinite sendings either.
Alright.
So how many ships do we have left? We sunk 12 and 5. Did the glyphs just blast 1 ship each?
Yes.
Makes sense because of how they're worded. But they utterly blasted them. So the rest of the ships don't seem to
29
be
remain.
don't seem to be retreating, right?
No. They also appear to be taking on orcs who jumped overboard from the other ships.
What about?
There's also a lot of dead orcs in the sea, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, I need the Shadrach as well. Did Shadrach have a way of teleporting by now?
Shadrach does not.
Yeah, I'll do the second sending to the gold guys. If you don't see anyone there, come. There's 20 ships here.
Alright. The response that you get is, we'll take a look, and if there's nothing, we'll head there.
Okay. Is there any particular ships that look like they're weak design but carry a lot of orcs?
Your prototype, just because it's not finished yet, and some of the other ships aren't finished yet either. They're the ones that appear to have taken on the most orc.
Alright, let's cast one more and hit these ships that have picked up a bunch of orcs. Extra damage.
Alright. Are you spreading out the meteors at all?
Yep. One each on these ships that have a lot of extra orcs on them. Kill more orcs.
Alright.
Effective?
These ships are sinking, and people are abandoning those ships.
Perfect.
You see what appears to be some of the destroyed ships beginning to dissolve.
How so?
Kind of like snow in water.
Can I figure out what the fuck that is?
Not from the distance you're at.
Okay, I use Book of the Magus to use Arcane Eye and get in now.
Alright. Okay. Make me an investigation check. Alright. Looks like some of these ships were made out of some sort of sand.
But they're real ships with real
Yes.
orcs as they fly the eye around.
Orcs are completely real. Their corpses are there, they are dying, but some of those ships were made out of some sort of sand that's beginning to dissolve after they've been destroyed.
Yeah, I assume I have no idea what this might
The arcane eye would then vanish.
be. Okay, interesting.
Someone is coming up to you.
Yeah?
They appear to be a tiefling.
Yes? What?
My name is Yali.
Oh, Yali. Bit busy right now, but
I'm aware. I think they're coming for me.
for you. Why do you think they're coming for you? Thought they were coming for me. Similar reasons. Insight check.
Alright. You can see that they've got several wounds that don't appear to have fully closed.
Shade, you have lucky feet.
I do. But I'll use this sorcery point first.
Alright.
Plus 21.
Little difficult to read, but you think they're telling the truth.
Okay. Right, and you think they're tracking you?
Indeed.
You got anything up your sleeve?
I was heading out here to surrender myself, but I figured I should let you know since you've gone to the effort of defending these people.
Why would you surrender yourself?
She shrugs with her one arm. I'm pretty much out of ways to defend myself. They've cut me with wounds that will not heal, my arm is unrestorable, and without it my magic is severely limited.
But what about your knowledge? Surely you know how to fight them.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
continuous skirmishes, it's probably the best way to deal with them. But sooner or later they adapt to you and then they destroy you.
Do you still wish to surrender?
Not particularly, I'm not a fan of what they do to people.
How about we don't surrender quite yet? There's a bit of help coming.
A bit of help.
Uh,
And then both Boulder and he would arrive.
Okay, so what is this scene that we arrived to?
You see so
Did we happen to hear the comment from the tiefling of more help on the way?
no.
Okay.
Mab
got
specifically
here.
waited for the most dramatic moment possible.
Beautiful.
Well, you got here quite in time.
What can I say? Ivy likes to make a dramatic entrance.
If you have anything to sink some more ships before they get to shore, now might be a good moment.
I don't think I have the distant
You need
spellcasting.
you need a ride.
Well,
You have wings, but
I do. Why don't
looks like we're taking the fight here.
I mean Baldy and I can cause some chaos on a ship, but
They are dangerous. Try not
Yeah,
to
it would
get too
just be
close
the
to
two
them.
of us. Yeah.
If we can, we should take out as much of them before they get close to us. They sacrifice their own, deal great devastation.
All right, I am going to reattune to my hand wraps.
All right.
Confuse the tiefling just a little bit.
Do these orcs have any weaknesses that you know of?
How's
Well,
their dark vision?
well, if you tear out their heart, they tend to stop living.
Yeah, I mean like any damage that like seems to do particularly well or
Not
vulnerable
really.
spots.
Excessive
shit.
damage does really well.
All right.
They are not. Yeah, they're a bit problematic.
Shade, you are
But-
getting your sending from the other point. From more
Yeah.
ships arrive.
What did it say? More arriving?
So this is from your alert about ships arriving because of your
Well, where?
sending station. This is from probably about 20 miles north.
Okay, I'll just sending the gold guys again and tell them to stay.
Anyone know how good an orc's dark vision is?
Pretty good from what I could tell. Ah. Oh, and
they'll
James,
need
I'll tell. I told the gold guys about like the meteor glyphs that
Yep.
are there, so they know to not get in. Right. Looks like it's just the 4 of us. Against 45 ships. Looks like a fair fight.
Shade, you get another
Where's
sending
Zelo?
from the south.
Yeah. They
And
are
up-
attacking all over the coast. This is just one group. Once we finish this fight, we will have to leave and retreat.
What
Well,
do you
then
want to do,
let's
Baldy?
let's fight.
When they regroup on the shore, it would be impossible to attack them. There's a have advantage right here. Let's make. Is my gauntlet saying anything?
Not yet. Though I think we're getting to the point where it's going to be speaking its first word.
Right. I just have a decision to make what I shapeshift in. Can't make up my mind.
So if we're taking the fight to a ship, is there like an already like damaged ship that we can?
There is one that the largest ship is damaged from a meteor that hit it but did not break its hull.
Is that ship close to any other ships?
Yes, it is currently leading the pack, but there's 2 ships behind it, and then all the other ships are slowly pulling into formation behind it.
Ah, I got a good idea.
What's that?
I can take that ship with some. How fast would you say the ships are going?
Let me check. Should be 60 miles an hour.
60 miles an hour.
Sorry, 60
How
feet.
far-
60 feet per round.
How far away from the shore are they?
2.5 miles.
Okay, when they get closer. Well, if you have big spells, now is when you use them.
All right.
I'm almost dry. I've sunk half of their numbers.
So
Well, I won't be much good until we get up close, but
all right, Baldy, let's you pick a ship and we'll go fuck with it. Let's go. Uh so how many are left? There's the hurt one, the two behind it, and then how many more?
In total, there's 25.
All right.
Mm.
Ivy goes
is it a good idea to jump aboard an orc ship?
well, you can fly, so you can also like leave.
It is probably better to fight. Might be better to fight them on the ship than to fight them when they're all grouped together, but I'm not sure.
Well, let's give it a try.
Okay, James, I will. Tell me about the fire. Does the fire just get reflected, or is it simply hurting orcs but not ships?
Hurting orcs, not ship.
Okay, I will shape change. I will use the book to shape change into a pit fiend, which will give me infinite fireballs with my range of 600 feet, and I will and the fly speed of 60, and I will
You use
go.
shape change, correct?
Yes, I cast
Yep.
the spell shape change with the book.
All right.
To Mr. Pitfiend. And I will fly and I will start fucking tossing fireballs at the ships because I can do it for an hour with innate spellcasting.
So whatever is like will catch the most amount of ships in it, Ivy's gonna cast roll water, get up close enough to do it.
All right.
And then I'm gonna do the thing where I create the waves to try and capsize the boat, however many I can get in it.
That's with control water, you said?
Yeah.
I'll also tell the tiefling that the orcs are not here for them. The orcs are attacking all over the shore.
The tiefling seems slightly confused.
They're attacking in the north and in the south. Probably more. I've been preparing for this for a few years, you see.
Do you know what their target is?
Probably me. Or just more people. We've cost them quite a bit.
How many have you killed? Tens of thousands?
Roundabout.
They must want to kill you as much as they want to kill me.
Something in common.
Well, James, it looks like I'm gonna try to fly. So, shall we roll some fear?
All right. Make a wisdom, charisma, or intelligence saving throw.
My choice.
Yep. Okay. You can fly up to 30 feet off the ground.
That's plenty. We'll stick to around 25 and move out towards the ships. Well, I'll take whatever ships are not currently being capsized or blown up. I'll pick one of the non-main ship that is not currently being capsized or blown up by fireball.
Alright. Shade, while you're casting fireballs, you're noticing that there's fewer and fewer orcs on the top deck.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. They can all get into the decks, and then when they start unboarding, I will continue throwing fireballs.
Okay, can everyone make me a perception check?
Do I need? I'll spend the inspiration.
Okay. Shade, you see thousands of orcs swimming under the water.
I call that out to everyone that there's underwater orcs now.
Are any of them in my rolled water?
Not yet. They're probably a half hour away from that.
How far away are they?
Let me get up their movement speed so I can give you the exact number.
And how deep underwater are they?
They're 100 feet down.
And they don't need to breathe?
You have not seen them come up for air yet.
Fireball doesn't go through water.
I'll need to check. I do not believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Creatures in water have resistance to fire damage. Fireball works underwater. Not sure if that's official or not. Yes, so in PHB, creatures and objects fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage.
Yep, I'm just looking to see whether Fireball can actually expand into the...
Nothing says that it can't, as long as I can see and with my perception check I clearly.
Where's Zelo, by the way?
Still back at the town. City. Haven.
They were just like, orcs are coming.
Well, they're trying to figure out what they're going to do about their family. I can't see why Fireball wouldn't want...
Excellent. I start burning underwater orcs.
Ivy will use the control water until like the ships are capsized and like unusable. And then like I don't want to say that just happens. Does that happen? Like the ships that were in that section?
So the waves that you're creating are going to get out to the ships. It will just take several rounds, well, more than several rounds. Probably 10 minutes or so for the waves that you're generating to reach them.
Well, it's just like I create basically like a cube, right? And then like I cause waves to like try and capsize ships. So I would have tried to get them. So I guess he does that until that happens, and then when that does happen, then I change it into a whirlpool so that like any orcs that were in the water would start taking damage.
Alright. So, Baldurin, you're going over, and the fireball is working, by the way.
Excellent. Fuck
Baldurin,
orcs.
you're going over and landing on a ship, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
What do I have to land on? The big one?
Not the big one. Not one of the ones being peppered with fireballs, and not the big one, but one of the others.
Also, probably not one that Ivy's capsized.
Correct. So my plan is to pick one of those, land on the deck, and then I was just trying to read Shadow Step's ability. I do have to see it. Okay.
Alright, as you are approaching to land on the deck, the orcs are fleeing to go under the main deck.
Okay. Cool. You just see a cloud of darkness. So I'll land on the deck, and then I'm gonna be trying to work my way down below deck as well.
Okay. You'll make your way below deck. There are 3 floors to the ship. The bottom floor appears to have a little, what is it called, barrel of what appears to be starfish. There's only a couple left in the barrel. Other than that, you can no longer see the orcs. They appear to have dropped out some sort of water hatch.
Okay. I'd like to go to the lowest floor and try to make some holes in the ship and sink it.
Alright.
I punch the floor.
Oh, I'm gonna punch the wall. Obviously,
Why
the
would you
lowest
not?
floor.
Certain areas of a ship seems to have steel reinforcement, but you're able to punch holes in all of the wooden parts, cause it to start sinking.
Perfect. And then I'm gonna, quickly wake my way back up to the top deck and start moving on to the next ship.
Alright.
Or rather, as I work my way up to the top of the ship and start flying again, notify my companions that the orcs on that ship just kind of disappeared. I think they went into the water.
You see, at this point, you see Pit Fiend Shade is checking fireballs into the water.
Yeah, aim somewhere around the sinking one.
Would Ivy notice if, like, the ships that she's trying to capsize, if the orcs were doing the same thing, like going below deck?
Yes.
So hearing that they were escaping out of a water hatch down there, then she would just switch it to the whirlpool and like try to catch as many orcs. And I like roll a perception to see where the whirlpool would do the most damage.
Probably the big ship if the whirlpool could actually damage it. I'm not sure whether it will or won't.
Well, I'm not aiming for the ship. I'm aiming for orcs in the water that are coming out of the ships. Like, if I could catch the ship and the ship could take some damage, great. But I'm mostly trying to kill the things that are trying to escape.
Yep, so around the base of each ship, there's the most.
So I just kind of smack a whirlpool in my area of control there and try and, like, keep them there and keep them from forward and taking damage.
Waldron, are you doing the same thing as before?
Yep. I'm just gonna try to sink as many ships as I can.
Okay. There once was 4,500 orcs in total. By this point, there was once 4,500 orcs in total. There is now 3,086.
Okay.
And they're slowly swimming underwater.
Yep.
Right? Which means that, well, they're not getting away very quickly.
40 feet per round.
Yeah, I wonder how many of them are making it to shore.
Yeah, are there any that have, like, gotten past us that are close to shore?
Let me take a look. It'll take them 33 minutes to reach shore.
$330 fireballs.
So they're beginning to pass you, but they aren't making it to shore just yet. You're currently at the 16-minute mark.
How many ships are upright, not sinking right now?
Baldurin has done 4 ships that way. So there is 21 ships still up. Though you can't see any orcs on any of them except for one.
Baldy, might want to just start seeing if you can catch any orcs, like, closer to the surface, maybe. I don't think the ships are really doing much. Like, are the ships are they still coming towards shore even though there's no one manning anything?
Yes.
Or so they're just going forward. Okay.
Yeah, the more supplies we can cut off, the better.
I agree. I don't know if the focus should be sinking the ships now or maybe, I don't know, sinking them when eventually they frickin' run aground with no orcs on them anyway.
Oh, should I try the big one?
I will fly. If we do, I'll go with you. So I would fly with him if he was gonna start looking at the big ship.
I'll call out to Shade, see what he thinks. Should I head to shore and start prepping for a defense there, or should I try to hop on the big ship?
Which is the big ship, James? Is it the prototype or?
No. It is much larger than the prototype.
But is it the same design or is it
Different. You've never seen this design before. It appears to have... What metal is up there? So, to start with, the actual hull of it's made out of metal. It's a mix of adamantine, dark steel, and what appears to be torn mithril.
I'll tell him that the big ship might have clerics on it. It might be good to take them out before they can start casting. But it's risky.
I'll play it careful then. And yeah, I'll go onto the big ship and try to get towards either probably the front end of the ship.
Alright.
I'm behind him looking for anyone on deck that looks like they might start casting spells.
So you're going to the big one?
Yeah, we both
She's
are.
following me to the big one, yeah.
Alright. As you begin approaching the big one person stays up on top deck and the rest are going below deck.
Person look like?
They look like a fairly gigantic orc standing at 9 feet tall.
Do they look like they punch things or do they look like they cast things?
They don't appear to be a caster, but you've also never seen an orc caster before.
Yeah?
Alright, well. Let's see what the big man can do.
I activate my Fey Heart and I get it in Twilight Requiem.
Alright.
So I'll approach the big guy and move in for a fight.
This gets hairy, Baldy. We're out. You hear me?
Agreed.
Shade, what are you doing? Still going after ones in the water?
I see them go for the big ship, right?
Yes.
I'm going to make sure that I'm in range to support them if needed, because with shape change I can still use all my ships.
What is the range you want to be at?
Let's see. Around 500 feet. That's fucking dumb, isn't it? They're just gonna blow it up. I'm not getting close.
Okay. So how far away are you going to be?
Over a mile.
All right.
Blow it up? What do you mean? Is that a tactic you've seen before?
Yep.
Would you have warned us about it?
I did tell you to be very careful.
That doesn't mean anything!
Well, I don't know if they are or they're not, but if they are, I don't want all three of us to blow up, yeah?
Yeah, I got evasion. I'll be alright. Alright.
Because I can save you if I don't die.
Fair enough. Alright, James, what's big guy looking like?
Just bringing up the...
Alright.
Can you roll me 1d4?
Both of us?
Either of you. Alright. So, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, that's a mean orc.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, right.
Okay. Are you arriving at the front of a ship or the back of a ship?
Came in towards the front.
Yeah, we should be arriving right at the front of the ship.
Alright. So, let me set it to date.
I think I'm supposed to be injured, right?
Oh, you shouldn't be. Okay, can everyone see the map?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Roll me initiative. That's weird. Why is there already an encounter? Sorry, I've just got to clear some encounters. There we go. Can everyone roll me initiative? Alright.
Ignore that. I'm just trying to figure out why my shit's not scrolling. I get shit. Oh man, he's now near death, but now he's healed.
Okay.
Frick this.
He's going to start by moving there. He's going to use his bonus action. Actually, no, he'd need to use his bonus action for that. So what'd that be? 40 becomes 80. 80, 120, 126. No. 160. Yep, 160 would be it. But he's going to use his action. is going to 26. Does a 26
Cutting out there. A 26 does hit, yes.
does a 37 or a 29 hit as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you make me 3 Constitution saving throws? Wow.
Jesus
Ooh.
Christ.
Oh.
I actually think this does something on a nat 1.
So you know those weird.
So, do you have any method of re-rolling that before I tell you the result?
Let me look. Hang. It does not appear so. No.
Okay. You gain 2 levels of exhaustion from the 2 nat 1s.
Okay.
And you are poisoned, unable to receive healing from magical means.
Did you say I was poisoned?
Yep.
I'm immune to poison.
Fuck. Okay, never mind. You don't gain levels of exhaustion.
I'm immune to disease and poison.
Okay. Where's the damage? This is the slashing damage. 19, 7, and 13. And that's the end of his turn. Boulder, and you're up.
Well, I didn't like that one bit, so we're going to smacky smack. Oh my goodness.
31 is a hit. You reckless attack, so you got advantage.
Okay, cool. Second attack.
34 is a hit.
I'm gonna make that second one a stunning strike. Con save DC 19.
Okay. Succeed.
Then I will use Flurry of Blows, which with my new hand reps lets me attack 3 unarmed times. So it should be 30, 39, and 36.
Yep, those all hit. Anything else for your turn?
And then, are there any areas of dim light around me outside of my 10-foot radius?
There are not.
Okay.
What the dim light.
I know, but that's fine. If I were to teleport away, that would not
That does not
present
provoke
an
attacks of opportunity. That does not provoke attacks of opportunity.
Then I'm going to teleport 10 feet away within my 10 feet of dim light.
Okay.
A free action?
It is.
Great. With your hand wraps, of course.
Exactly.
Is there fine, or did you have somewhere else in mind?
That's fine, yeah.
Shade, you're up.
Okay, so if I move 40 feet, I will be within that 160 feet, right? Is that how it works?
Clarify.
I said I was like,
Bit
how
over a
many
mile
feet?
away.
Yeah, but how many feet is like not 1,000? Fucking
5,280 because America.
okay. Okay. I can't cast that far. I might have misunderstood how many feet there are in a mile, and I might have meant 1,000. Then it'd be 1,000 feet.
Sure, but only because America.
Right. So then I can move 40 feet closer and be within that
Yeah.
160, and I can psychic lance with distance spell.
Okay. What a psychic lance.
There you go. And then I bonus action refill my sorcery points.
It gives it the incapacitate condition, doesn't it?
Yep.
Cool.
If it fails.
I think he's going to fail, but he is immune to that condition.
Oh, good for him.
I think he fails. He does take the psychic damage, which is a bunch. And he's not
Okay, so I realized that it didn't quite work. So I'm not sure what to do. I'll watch. I'll watch the fight.
either you're
But I helped.
I'm gonna cast old person on him.
It's not a person. He's an orc.
Does it not work the same way? He's a humanoid. It works, all right.
Orcs are not people.
Also, my DC.
okay.
Why'd it go down?
Probably because you did something wrong.
Probably. It was 27.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. .26 is a failure. Heal inspiration +5.
We will inspiration negate.
I used my inspiration to mob, so I don't have it.
I used.
Fuck his head.
Okay.
Cannot be incapacitated, but can be paralyzed. Great.
Beat him up, bird.
I'm
Hit
on.
him, Burb.
3 crits.
All right. So, just so I know, I'm not quite sure. Does my at-will casting of the vampiric touch, does that count as an action?
Yes,
Or
so
is that just okay?
Vampiric Touch is an action spell. It's just that you can do it without it costing anything.
All right. So I'm like, I held him for you, Baldy. Get him.
His turn. He heals for
He what?
4 hit points.
Oh, for 4 hit points. For a second, I thought you said heals to full.
Yeah, so did I.
Okay.
All right, hold on. We might have to rethink things.
Boulder it.
It's not letting me control my token in any way, shape, or form.
You have the wrong tool, probably.
Are you currently
The top
looking at the
left?
measuring
No,
tool rather than the moving tool?
No, I have the select token tool, and it will
Okay.
not let me do a thing.
Weird.
I will replace. You are initiative.
Why
Okay, can you move now?
No.
Are you sure that's your token?
Yes.
do you need to move? Do you just want to roll 5 attacks?
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna roll a bunch of attacks anyway, but James can move me.
While you're rolling the attacks, I'll take a look and see what. Crit.
All crits. Paralyzed.
Crit.
Nat 20 doesn't really matter.
Crit. Crit.
And that's 5. Just so I spend the proper key point, that is putting flurry of.
Is there any way to set the item so that it doesn't have the big block of text every time you roll to hit?
I was looking into that, and not without just like completely removing the description. Unless you want me to just set up unarmed strike to mirror it.
If that's at all possible. Just because it is very
Yes.
painful scrolling up each.
Fun fact, if you click the title, it actually minimizes the entire description. but I will work on setting up Unarmed Strike right now.
They should
I
really
think
have that
it's-
the other way around.
Agreed.
I think there's a setting, James, you can do so it's the other way around for you.
I shall
think.
take a look.
Because I'm pretty sure when I run games, everything's constantly without descriptions. I have to keep opening them if I need to read.
I can click on the hand wraps again just so I can check.
Oh, by the way, did he gets a save at the end of his turn? Did he fail? Yeah. No, you didn't roll one.
Well, yeah, because it was my turn, and then when it gets to hit,
Did that work, James?
Yep, set correct. It doesn't have advantage on us because he's because he's paralyzed. 7 and 11 is
Fail.
18. That's a fail. Do I spend the? I'll spend an inspiration to give him advantage.
I'll spend an
James,
inspiration to negate.
Okay.
what setting did you use to collapse it?
It
Is it
is
collapse
collapse
item
item
cards
cards
in
in
chat?
chat.
Alright, I'm just gonna run it one more time just so I can tell. Beautiful.
Anything else your turn?
No, that is it for my turn.
Shade, you're up.
Okay, well, seeing that this fight seems like it's going well, I'll just spend a single sorcery point, throw a firebolt for good measure, and go back out of 1,000 feet just in fucking case he blows up.
Do you have advantage on this?
He's paralyzed. Which is better than restraint, and restraint gives advantage. Should.
Yep.
please tell me that a firebolt from a million fucking miles away comes and takes this guy out.
It does not. He is still up. Anything else for your turn, Shade?
Right. No, Shade flies off a bit and is very surprised because this orc seems very much not very tough compared to like bog standard orcs Shade fought before. So Shade would like to, if I can, use a bonus action to try and to figure out what the fuck's wrong with him.
Okay.
Anything I can do? Start looking around.
What is your
Thinking.
what is 5 plus your investigation modifier?
You mean my passive investigation?
Yep.
Passive investigation of 23. But my 5 plus modifier is 18. I don't know what.
It is quite possible that he is a decoy.
I'm going to start looking for where the non-decoy is, I suppose, because yeah, this
Right.
is
Ivy, you're
something's
up.
really wrong here.
I'm gonna cast Bane on him.
Right. Oh, right. His stats aren't set on that. Where is it? Charisma. Not much better. And this isn't with advantage, so what is the first? 9. So 12. He is baned.
So now he has to subtract the or from any saving rolls and attacks.
Great. Alright. That's the end of his turn. Baldwin, you're up.
Let's do some smacky smacks.
Crit, crit.
Oh, sorry, hang on. That was the wrong. Let me correctly. $28 and $41 instead.
Okay, drops below 10%.
And
And then
boom. No.
You pierce the
Heals
heel.
back up 87. Does this seem like a thing that's going to continue to happen?
You do not know.
one way to find out. Let's Fury of Blows. 3 more.
Alright. Crit, crit, miss.
Okay.
Alright. Anything else to your turn?
And then just for good measure, I'm gonna move back the 10 feet, just in case he breaks out of his paralysis.
Alright. Shade, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to start looking around. Well, so I see orcs swimming out of this ship.
Yes.
Are they going to shore?
Yes.
I'm just going to start going after them with fireballs. And
Okay, so you're not focusing on this fight?
you know what? One last time, I'll just fireball at this guy.
Okay. Roll to hit.
I think he auto fails.
Oh, fireball.
Yeah,
Yes, he
because I have
does.
3 fireballs. And then it's plus 18 as well. Or
Okay,
plus
that's below
17 for my thing.
10%.
It's 29 plus 17 or something. Okay,
Alright.
I'm just going towards shore at this point.
Alright.
And I'm gonna start just burning orcs.
Ivy, you're up.
Uh, I'm gonna fly up to him and I'm gonna hit him with my free vampiric touch.
Roll to hit. $28 is 34. You've got spell critical, so now you heal 52 52 health.
It doesn't. I'm at full, so it doesn't really do anything, right?
That is correct.
He doesn't pop back up, but he will on his turn, I'm guessing.
That can be your assumption. He is
Right.
nearly as injured as he was the last time.
So we just have to take him out before he can gen it back. I mean, like that's so far, does it seem like he's only regenning like once per turn, or is it like every single time he goes under 10%?
You just don't know at this stage.
All right.
Alright.
And then I will just back up because I don't want to be like right up in his fucking grill if he does manage to break out of the hole.
I'm burning an inspiration. Oh, never mind. I don't even need to. I will inspiration +5 at.
How many fucking inspirations does he goddamn have?
He has 14. Had 14.
For a decoy, that seems like a lot.
Maybe not decoy. Maybe he is. Hard to say. Well, that's end of his turn anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Bouldering, you're
All right, I am going to move back up to him and more smacky smack.
roll to hit. Crit? Oh no. Actually, he's not even held anymore, so may.
Second attack.
Hit.
My
And
vampiric,
flurry of blows. And 3 more.
my vampiric touch should have done an extra 1d8 of radiant
Roll
damage.
1d100.
Hi.
28. I think that's what you got exact. Oh no, you got 33 last time. Pick a limb.
What's that?
Pick one of his limbs.
Let's go one of the legs. Let's go right leg.
Okay. His leg is shattered, his movement speed is halved. Funnily enough, it takes a regenerate or a full heal to restore use of that limb.
Before the whole 2d20s happened, can I add the 1d8 that I would have got
Sure.
from hitting him with the spell?
Also,
Ooh, an extra damage!
did you add the D8 for your Twilight stuff as well? Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
looks
I
like it
wasn't
is in the
sure.
formula.
I wasn't sure if the 2 extra d8s
He heals.
applied to that.
Yep.
Okay. Uh,
I
You
don't
know,
know
so
what
the
we
leg
do.
actually heals.
The leg is better?
Yep.
Oh no. Alright, so I'm going to teleport back my 10 feet.
Alright.
fucking dumb
And
that
then I am going to tell Ivy we gotta figure out what's keeping him alive.
Alright. Shade, you're
kinda
Uh,
dumb
oh.
that I flew away because now I'm gonna dash back
Why are you gonna
and
dash back?
quicken. Because he's now woken up.
Yes, but you're no longer watching.
Still kinda watching.
You're trying to notice people 100 feet under the water where you need a natural 20 to see them.
Okay, fine. Till they call me, I'm just hunting underwater.
Alright. Ivy, you're up. You're averaging about 2 to 4 orcs every fireball, by the way. Or every couple
Yep.
fireballs.
Awesome.
I guess. I don't know. I will hit him with. Guess Toll the Dead.
Alright. Failure. 29.
Aren't you supposed to be getting extra damage from your Twilight
And it's
Feywild Heart?
yeah. We can't. Lucas and I could not figure out how to just inherently add that to my spells. So
Okay.
Oh, you
I
didn't
can do that.
ask me.
no, we didn't ask because everybody was busy doing other stuff. So what is it?
I'll send you a screenshot.
There you go. The
Well,
global 1d8's been added.
actually, it wouldn't work on this because it's level 1 spell or higher. It does not work on cantrip.
Oh, then you can't do an effect.
So that damage is
That
just what
was-
it is.
That was the thing that was tripping me up, is couldn't add a blanket effect because it didn't affect a blanket everything.
That makes sense. You just have to edit each spell.
And I will fly back like I will just kind of like fly out over the water. And I'll be like, I don't know what's keeping him like obviously he's getting a regenerate. Like obviously we can move on because basically my turn's over. But is it like, can I discern if he's like wearing an item or if somebody is casting things? Because like I know as a cleric, regenerate is a touch spell and nobody's touching him.
So either someone
Right?
would have needed to have cast it on him beforehand, or he's wearing an item for.
Well,
To figure out
but
further, you'll need to
regenerate
use detect magic or something like that to figure it
regenerate doesn't heal that much.
out. Correct.
It's 1 hit point at the start of the round, so okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go after.
obviously. Already hit him up a lot.
And he's going to use his epic action roar. He roars as loud as he can. Shade, you feel the air shake.
Okay, now you can't say that I'm don't know what's going on. Right. What happens then?
The water shakes, and that is the end of his turn. Actually, no, he can bonus action flurry of blows. No, he can't. Bonus action rage, because he didn't actually get to do that before. That's the end of his turn. Alright. Baldurin, you're up.
Alright, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's keep smashing him. $33 and then 24.
Alright.
Am I correct that that's hit then miss?
No, 33 and then 38 he reckless attacked. Oh no, he didn't reckless attack. Yes, that's a hit then.
Yeah. Then Fury of Blows and $27, $24, $40.
Okay, he seems to be injured, but not healing.
Okay. Then I am going to take that's about it. Yep, that's gonna be it.
Alright. Shade, you're up.
Okay, now I'm gonna turn around, dash back, quicken, distant, chill touch. He can't be healed until my next turn as well. Or he can't regain hit points.
Okay, he's reduced to 0.
And is the water still shaking?
It was only as his voice traveled through it.
Did the orcs get energized or something?
That could be your assumption.
Well, did I see anything like that happen?
Ivy was out over the water, like just passively. Notice anything?
I was shooting the orcs at that moment. You made it very clear that I was paying attention to the orcs.
Make me a perception. Would you like to +5 that?
Yeah.
Okay, you could actually see the orcs at the time. They appear to have picked up their speed.
Okay. Bad. But now he's unconscious. Okay, that's my turn.
Alright, Ivy, you're up.
Okay. Ivy flies over and casts Detect Magic to see if I can figure out what item is giving him the regenerate effect.
Okay. So, his claws are magical. They appear to have a necrotic and transmutation effect on them. His teeth are magical. They appear to have an enchantment and transmutation effect on them. His
Okay.
bear totem is magical. It appears to have a transmutation effect on it. His eagle totem is magical. It appears to have a transmutation effect on it. And his gauntlets are magical. They appear to have a necromancy effect on it. He also appears to have 4 spell effects. 8 spell effects currently running on him.
Well, I can't really do anything about this. So, I'll just however many you let me try for, I would just start trying to like rip off like any of his like magical items, starting with probably the totem.
You'll need to use a full round action for that.
Okay. Then I will just pass along like I will list it off for Baldy of like these are all of his magical items. He has a bunch of spells on him. I don't know if he's gonna stay down, but that's the info I know, and then that would be the end of my turn.
Alright. You can see some of his wounds beginning to close up.
He can't regain hit points until my turn. Edge.
Yep, you see some of his wounds start to close up.
Okay.
But not enough for him to regain consciousness. Alderan, it's your turn.
Well, do I make sure he stays down and just keep brutally murdering him, or do I start?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep punching him.
Roll to hit. Hit, hit. Crit, crit. He does not appear to die. But his body's getting worse and worse. Anything else for your turn?
Well, let's see. Yeah, one more is a bonus action for good measure.
No dex modifier. Hit. 8 and 5 more. His body gets slightly more damage. Okay. Shade, your
And
turn.
I will let Ivy
Did
know
I-
that he does not appear to be dying.
Shade, you've noticed. Probably not close enough for a detailed perspective.
Do I have enough info to know that this guy needs dispelling?
No, you can't hear them.
Well, if they don't tell me what to do, can't really help. So I'll fireball some orcs this turn.
I mean, you're 900 and some feet away, I think.
Yeah. I know. But
Do you want would I be able to even communicate with you at that distance?
I think screaming reaches a maximum distance of 500 feet.
Yeah.
right, my turn is ended. Then shoot some orcs.
Okay. Ivy, you're
Ivy. Yes. Helmet.
fuck. Okay, roll.
Level am I casting it at? Oh. Cast it at.
Okay. Is regenerate 7th level? If so, I need you to roll.
It is.
Okay, what do I
7th
roll?
level.
1d20 plus plus wisdom in your case. You need to beat the DC, which is 24.
My wisdom modifier?
Yep.
Okay.
You succeed in dispelling all of... I believe it's all of them.
Yeah, it does all effects.
Yep.
All regenerates on him.
All 4 regenerates are gone.
So,
So
James,
just
are you okay with stacking magical effects? Because normally that's not a thing in 5e.
Let me take...
Normal rules is if there's 2 of the same effect, then only the most powerful one works, or the one cast earliest works, and then if one is gone, then the next one takes over. Which doesn't matter for this fight. We can do it later if you don't have the answer.
I will need to take a look. It's a difference of
fine.
9 hit points throughout the fight, though, so there's no real change. So the regenerators... Is there anything else for your turn, Ivy?
well, now that I know that all of his spells are gone, I will just tell Baldy that I'm like, I hope to God he fucking dies now.
Alright.
And then, yeah.
Then with that, that is where we can end the session for today.
Oh, come on.